Looks like we're live, and let me send out the notification. It's live. It's alive. Of course. Wouldn't have it any other way. Let's get the game open real quick.
Arknights.
Let's see. This game takes a long time to get all like booted and everything, which is a shame. Let's get some time for people to pop on in. Man. So, I'm thinking like this game I'm probably gonna have to like go halfsies on. Not really halfsies because it's not as long for what's to come. This game's structured to be basically chapters within chapters. So I'm thinking with how long this game is, I'll probably just take like a break after the first big chapter, which we should be about maybe halfway through. That gives you like a scale of how big this game is going to be. I don't think the second big chapter is complete yet, so I'll let a few updates roll through while I like manage my dailies behind the scenes. And then, but this is more just, I already knew this game would be pretty big. I was using it as like a test to see how well you guys would handle me playing like a long game like this. Because I have a lot of long like Japanesey games. Like this is Chinese, but I have Arknights. I mean, this is Arknights. Sorry, I have Metaphori Fantasio. I could just like restart my Persona 4 playthrough as well, or play the remake of that when that releases. That is also an option. I get a capture card, I can play like a bunch of Switch JRPGs that I have as well. I know, I'd like to get a Switch 2 at some point so that I can play the more questionable Switch exclusives, like questionable as in like how well they run. Like the Xenoblade Chronicles games run a little oddly because they go for a lot of foliage, or foliage, whatever, in a very small like area. You have a lot of stuff going on, but it's also like a wide open game, so there's a lot of, I think when, like it was when the Switch 1 came out in 2017, the second Xenoblade Chronicles came out as like an almost launch title. It was like not a full year later. It was the Switch came out in like March, it came out at the end of the year in like December. So it was a very early title, and it was very large game world. So some areas of this like wide open anime art style video game would absolutely bring the Switch to its knees. And there's still a lot of games like that that I would probably want to get a Switch 2 just so that I have that extra overhead to prevent. It was really bad. It would drop it down to like 24 FPS at like 240p resolution on handheld. It was bad. And mind you, this is a game that was designed, well, rather, it is the company that designed the actual engine that Nintendo uses, as opposed to just like throwing something into Unreal Engine or something. Like their previous title, Xenoblade Chronicles X for the Nintendo Wii U. Xenoblade Chronicles X for the original Wii U is where the Breath of the Wild engine comes from, in case you weren't aware. It was Nintendo's in-house 3D open world engine, and it was explicitly made for Xenoblade Chronicles X and then expanded upon so that it could be used for other titles. And since they're the ones who actually like made it, they would have the best idea of how to optimize for it. So the fact that their next like big direct release under their own name was such like a questionable performance hog is kind of funny. I think Breath of the Wild survived on Switch because it was a Wii U game. And the fact that the other one was designed as a Switch only title really shot it in the foot a little bit. I like the game though. I don't know if I could play it on stream now. It's not that interesting to look at aside from how big the boobs are on the anime girls. The plot's nice, but I don't know if people could put up with the main character's voice acting. He's fine when he's like speaking normally, but the moment he like does the anime shouts, he kind of like sounds like a British dude with Down syndrome. I remember playing the Doom 2016 on Switch, and that was rather impressive. Oh my goodness, so impressive. It was rather impressive. I can't talk. I'm like, I was chewing gum before stream, and now like it's like messed up my ability to like use my mouth properly for some reason. Looks like we're getting some more people into the stream, which is pretty cool. Let's give something new to look at now that we have a few more heads in chat. So I'm at like a bit of an impasse where I don't know whether, like, I just recently shaved, but I did not have time to do like a pass with the laser, which I was supposed to do, and I'm trying to decide whether that's something I should do now as part of the get ready for stream section, or if I should be doing it as part of the just like random things I do before bed after stream. In general, I don't know if this will be as long as previous as well. That should be not too bad though, because I would assume at least we're not going to miss out on too much. This game is rather pretty though. You know, I could probably fix my settings. Where's the video control panel? Where I'm in Microsoft, not Microsoft, in video control panel now trying to check something, because I really wish I could get rid of like this anti-aliasing effect that they put over it and don't allow you to disable. Because like it doesn't appear on this little screen here, but it's very obvious in the 3D environments. Or maybe it's like a fog, I don't know. I'd like to have like direct look, but what is it going to come up as? It's not alphabetical. Does it not even list itself as like a title in here? It might not. This is all alphabetical and it's not showing up. There it is. Which one's the actual Endfield? Okay. Global settings. I wonder. Did that work, or did that cause a problem? We shall see. Also, do I have to teleport to my... Oh, there we go. Now everything came online. It had a moment there, I'd say. I was like going back into the game and looking and noticing that the power level at the bottom came up as insufficient power because the batteries hadn't come online, I guess. I guess you have to actively wait for the things to like trigger their existence over in the factory. I'd imagine that the actual like program for the controlling it behind the scenes can't possibly be that complicated. So let me go into my chat settings to make sure that it's still holding my recently got red. Red Dead Redemption 2 for Switch. This. I guess that's how you gotta play certain games like that, huh? I know you like just straight up past a certain point can't move on or whatever. Like the game just abruptly takes the game away from you. Yeah. Yeah, so what's wrong with my factory? We're going over there before I even like get ready. Where is... There we go. We are teleporting to the core. And for people who fell asleep last night and are stopping in to watch stream, we did a little bit of work behind the scenes. But I have to ask why my batteries that are supposed to increase the power aren't showing up sometimes. You should be maxed out. Ooh, that is a problem, isn't it? Where is the rest of my... Where are my batteries? You're supposed to be overwhelmed on... It doesn't produce batteries when I'm not here, does it? Fuck me. Fuck. I'm using more than I have, using more than I make. I see the problem. I can fix the problem. The problem also... What am I... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I don't even have time to get changed. Listen, I know the story is good and all, but cited to yeah, I know it's a prequel. And not getting attached to anyone just because you know what happens is pretty interesting. You would not survive Fate Zero. That looks kind of spooky. Probably by intent. Okay, so I'm gonna have to like get another assembly line of the raw stuff going and just rush it into this powder because I'm not producing powder fast enough. Okay, let me actually sell all the shit that I'm overstocked on though, because I know I am. Why? Yeah, I'm maxed out on you. So let's get rid of that. And then switch it out for... Okay, I'm using up all of my amethyst bottles in my manufacturing processes, which means I need another amethyst manufacturing system. Amethyst parts, however, I am perfectly set up with, which means I just need to build more factories. I can do some of this over at the other facility as well, I believe. But I'm not producing these batteries nearly fast enough. But I should be able to transfer some stuff, right? Bingo. 1 battery, 2 battery. Right? I'll just stuff them in directly. Battery. That should take care of that problem for a little bit. And then, where's the other battery? Because there's a lot of batteries in the actual depot. Thousands of batteries, actually. And just to verify my suspicion, yeah, I need to significantly increase my manufacturing if I'm going to use those batteries for that purpose. In the meantime, I do have time to do that at least, because I started siphoning away so early. teleport to the refugee camp.
Yep.
I should probably expand the manufacturing of this. How am I doing on the little shards? The shards I am fine on, so I can afford to make an additional manufacturer, right? Yeah. I have significantly undercut this. So let me get this second factory going. More refining units. I mean, the pick. So I guess pretty standard stuff. Didn't mean to do that. And in you go. Wrong one. Need to make more of the connection towers. And then can I set up a depot on this side as well to expand factories more? Yeah, I can. And I'll do that. In the meantime, I'll just copy this exact setup. You are within range, right? Yeah, you are. So, in and out, like the burger. And then, all things considered, it might be better to pop on in an unloader from this side. These are set up to be... Okay, so that's a grid. That's a grid. They uses 3 of the little grid pattern things. Cool. Which means I can use... Hold on. It's 1, 2, 3, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Got it. Okay, and I can start using this immediately. Which one's the one that I need? I need both. How do you make the other one? Oh, that's not what I need to release. It's that. And then that makes the one I need, right? I actually don't remember, and I don't want to have to teleport. But I do know that I need to pop it out. I think it's Originum powder. Originum powder is what I need because it allows me to what is this? I'll have to look at that on my mobile. Let's see here. How odd. Oh, very, very odd. Okay. Oh shit. Using the wrong one. I accidentally created some random substance that I don't need. Oh, what was that? It's like a super... Which we... Was that the fucking other one? Fuck. Okay, no, it's the normal one. Got it. But I made the wrong device type. I need the other thing. So I need to... Let's see here. So I need to stash the facility. And instead make the... Was it the shredding unit? Got it. Such a fool. I'm such a fat fucking chud. Oops. At the place, not construct. Okay. That's pretty one-to-one. Don't need a refined unit. Place another one. I say I'm such a fat fucking chud, like I didn't just like find out that I'm very close to being underweight by accident. Okay, now we're in the goods. What are we making? We're not making anything with this. I put it up as force of habit. I need a molding unit. Molding unit, anyone? You got one of... There we are. Gotta make some more of those. How are we doing on power now that we actually have a battery supply again? Pretty great, actually. I don't need a burger, not yet. Not until I complete my tasks. Which will be later this week, or whatever, yeah. And then I can eat all the burgers in the world. Using the fiber to make these capsules. I should probably duplicate this entire setup, actually. That being said, is that going to bring down my capacity for manufacturing? And how are we doing on the actual raw materials now? Can I get the top-down view of both? Or do I have to physically go over there? It's such a small plot, but it's sufficient for my purposes. The other one's far more notable. So you've been maxed out on behind the scenes. I need to remember to, in the future, to open this game up every once in a while. Yeah, I just need to remember to open this game every once in a while just to make sure that I'm actually doing the thingamabobber. Do we have a sufficient amount of that stuff being manufactured or no? Need quick stash too. These are maxed out, but I can't sell them. I don't know what I can make with them either. Why do you keep, like, is the input not fast enough to keep up with the Hmm. Do I need to like set up like a second input to get it to work at maximum capacity, or is that too fast? Hmm. Decisions. Let me put on another one. Let me move it actually. This is still within... Fuck, I can't do that. There's no room for it. Because this takes up physical space. But I can do that. That being said, that would interact. Aha, is that it? Does that work? It does not work, unfortunately. I wish it would just work, but alas, it does not. I could do this, and this is probably my best bet. Wrong one. The controls for this factory part of the game are a little off. The fact that I've just been playing for half an hour instead of like doing anything regarding getting the like camera and everything ready just goes to show how enjoyable playing this game actually is. Like, this is just a satisfying game to play. Let me actually get the output. Okay. So hopefully that means we have enough resources, right? Yeah, now we're finally in a surplus. We are just barely in a surplus of amethyst bottles. How is the supply of this? Is this creeping down? I think it is. Which means I need to manufacture more of that. Is that this that does that? Let me actually make sure this is the right device first. Yes. No? Fuck. What is this then? This is made using a refining unit. Silly me. Where is the refining unit? Refining unit's right here, so now I get to use this thing that I mistakenly brought out the first time. and just to verify the recipe, it was the normal, yes. Normal amethyst into the device. And then, let's make more bottles. It's the filling unit, right? No, it's the molding unit. And then I used this. Used that. Ooh, I need a splitter. I think that should still be fine though. I will need to... Let me turn that into a splitter. Place one of these. And then... Okay, I can do that. That's perfectly fine. And let me turn this on to be more amethyst fiber into bottles. And that should allow me to manufacture it slightly more efficiently. A little convoluted if you look at it this way, but it's actually rather simple. Hopefully that's not going to be an issue. I don't know, I'm playing as like the big buff dude. Let me switch back. What is it? Tab. Switch back to... There we go, the twink should do fine. And then switch back to construction mode. And now that I think I've fixed my production woes for now, let me teleport back to the other site just to verify that everything on that side is going swimmingly. It's supposed to be like an anime, like gacha game, but it's really bad at being a gacha game because it's just too good of like a normal game about factory simulation. This entire thing appears to be a little backed up. Let me see how we're doing on the resources behind the scenes. We are not maxed out on that. How's our supply of the raw material? Where is the raw material? That's unprocessed, isn't it? Where's the no, that has to be the process. It's not the ore. Where's the ore? Are we out of ore? Did something break? Did someone blow up my factory? My factory's right there. Okay. Nope, I mean latch on. Shoot over there. And let me this time actually remember to set up a zip line over here. Whoops. Okay. That should allow me to move a little bit faster now. So this ore is just, I guess, not mining fast enough, which means I should get some from the raw material stacks around here. Not that it gets me that much. Okay, if I jump, it's... Wait, I can connect to 6? Where? It's only the 2 here. How very odd. Let me switch back to the main character because they have the best idle animations or whatever. Let me just quick stash everything. So I genuinely just don't have any. It uses it in the factory way faster than I get it from the raw material. Duly noted. Not that many dailies I need to pull off yet. Okay. We've been live for 42 minutes, and all I have on is a sports bra, so let me put on something so I can turn on the camera. I've just been too invested in the actual gameplay to do literally anything. No. I mean, not go into any menus so that you can just see the environment.
いかなる状況であろうと常に警戒を怠るな。それが私が守り続けている信条だ。
If you hear me yelp out in pain, it's because I'm cleaning a wound with isopropyl alcohol.
鉱山の憲法は他でも見たことがあるけど、みんな動きが少しずつ違うような。
鉱山の剣術ってさ、型には縛られない、いわゆる意に宿るってやつだから。
Oh, I did an extension
技
cable,
とか
shouldn't
動
I?
きよりずっと大事なことなんだよ。
Can you do me a favor and see if it's still restricting messages despite the fact I turned off auto moderation? Yeah, she. Word to the wise, I guess, just make sure not to cut yourself shaving so you don't have to, like, splash yourself with alcohol to make sure there's no complications. Ow. This hurts more than the actual, like, cut, but, like, I know it's gonna be, like, ugly if I don't, like, clean it off. Pain is weakness leaving the body. I guess that fills my requirement for something that, like, might get auto-modded. That's not really that bad, probably. You need to do, like, an innuendo, see if that gets blocked, and then report whether that got blocked. You ever just have an outfit that you specifically would want to wear because of how, like, you look, and then you just can't find it?
頭を上げて姿勢を正し、肩を沈め肘を垂らす。胸を引いて力を抜き、腰を緩め重心を低く、足をついて。うわ、邪魔するな。
Specifically speaking here, I had realized I had lost like a decent amount of weight, and as a sign of being comfortable with my like appearance, I was gonna wear a crop top, but now I can't find the cropped hoodie. To be fair, the amount of weight that I'm at is a little low. It's just that like losing weight has finally gotten to the stubborn part, which is like the tummy. And now I can like put on weight more delicately, which would go to a more reasonable part of the area. But I do feel rather pleasant to be all smoothed over and skinny.
「い」はいずれ明らかになる。私何か見落としたのかな。
This is rather upsetting. Why can't I find it? Bro, I might as well just go back to playing the game, because, like, what do you mean? You're in an abusive relationship with your Yu-Gi-Oh game. Well, anyone coming from... well, I haven't posted a Twitter notification yet, but anyone who follows the Twitter knows who I'm talking about. Like you want to download it and play it again, but every time you think, that sounds like Yu-Gi-Oh to me. And you're like, if I'm going to spend money on Yu-Gi-Oh, just buy the actual. That seems to be what a lot of people get to mindset-wise. I wonder if you guys can hear what I'm doing. But the only reason you like the game is because you play as actual Yu-Gi-Oh characters. That's pretty good. I guess that's like how you bait all the fans in a game like that, isn't it? You just get the the OG people back involved in like a limited role that you can market to high heavens. Yeah, instead of like blindly chasing the hoodie, I'm just gonna like start zapping myself now. Because the main reason I hadn't put on a bottom half yet was because I hadn't zapped with the laser.
いかなる状況であろうと常に警戒を怠るな。それが私が守り続けている信条だ。
I'm allowed to call it a little laser gun. I guess the proper terminology is phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range. It's actually what the Terminator was looking for, was the what's it called? The Brawn. The Brawn IPL. Because Terminators have like excessive growth they have to get under control before they can go after Sarah Connor. The John. I thought it was a W, not a U. Something that was cut from the original Terminator was a short explanation of how skin worked. Sucks. Really? You're not you when you're hungry, have a Snickers Terminator? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the brand deal expired on that or something. Ah, yes, that would happen. I believe that was a joke about his accent. Wow, get to the chopper. I don't know why I became French at the end. Get to the chopper. In Paris, we could find the Terminator very easily. We could find... In Paris, we could find the Terminator very easily, because no Austrian man would go to Paris willingly, so we know he would be, what do you say in English? Les robots. I don't know why I turned French there. It's not something I practiced in a hot minute either. I feel like there's a lot of like celebrity castings that don't make any sense when you think about them because you're not supposed to. I like the idea that Skynet thought like a dude with like a fucky accent would be the most like realistic thing, or the most effective thing at least, for like a human stand-in. Like I guess rationally it could be like his fuck-ups could be considered like a language difference or something. I don't know. Okay. The fact that that was just like that all that time that I was like using the IPL was just like the underwear area is crazy. This takes a lot longer than people marked it as. Holy shit, I found it. It's good that I did that because I just had like having taken the time to do that first instead of going to go look for it. I was hit with a strike of sudden wisdom and realized it might be underneath like a pile of things, and it was. So now I have the crop top on. The buff from this item is immaculate. I got like plus 10,000 points on every status condition. see. Also, in a cutscene from Terminator 3, we see a guy named Sergeant Candy who's dubbed over Arnold. Who was a dubbed over Arnold and was scanned by Cyberdyne for this. Ah. Okay, and the guy saying he doesn't like the voice, so a guy dubbed over by Arnold says they'll fix it, implying that he's interesting. Pretty funny move to like have one dude played by Arnold but not voiced by Arnold, and one dude not played by Arnold but voiced by Arnold. Just a dumb little quirk. Just to be extra, I suppose.
鉱山の憲法は他でも見たことがあるけど、みんな動きが少しずつ違うような。
うんうん。鉱山の剣術ってさ、型には縛られない、いわゆる意に宿るってやつだから、これ技とか動きよりずっと大事なことなんだよ。
You know a lot about the Terminator behind the scenes? Is it possible that you are actually Skynet itself? You're gonna reveal your secrets. I already know your secrets. And now the world does too. Long live the revolution, or whatever the fuck they said in those movies. Okay, about time that I start implementing the camera. That would be good to do, huh? That would probably be very good, actually. I'm not even like finished with the whole like laser gun thing, but let me get the camera rolling just so I can see how things look and if I have to play into any sides with regards to this.
いはいずれ明らかになる。私何か見落としたのかな。
No, I think my light ring is dying. It like flickered as I tapped it. Okay. Where is... Oh, fuck, what was it called? Thingamabobber, camo. And OBS is not set to share that yet, right? Yep, no. Okay, so the okay, I think I know what I need to do. So this outfit's not gonna work because it doesn't look quite right on camera, even if it looks fine in the mirror. You watched, instead of watching the movie, the parents let your parents didn't let you watch the Terminator movie, so instead you went through all the behind the scenes. That might be like some kind of autism, not gonna lie. I have like the camera still going while I'm like working on my more of the IPL. And like it looks like a fucking fireball. I'm gonna like oh, went over a freckle. See, there we go. Ouch. Ouchies. Almost done. Not really almost done, but like making progress. This really does take a while. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. I think part of it is the fact that this is one of the ones with like a sensor, so you do have to like make sure it's properly positioned on the skin, or else it'll be like Nuh-uh. Oi. Tired of the little like freckles. It goes from like 0 pain to like youch using like an IPL like this. Like when I say 0 to like ouch, I mean like it goes from feeling literally nothing to being like smacked with a rubber band at like full extension. You don't really like get that much attention. If you're using anything to prevent your eyes from going bad like you should be, you're not going to notice it until it's felt. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I think I might have burnt some of the clothes I have on. Oopsie. Ouch. God, this is taking so long. So glad that this is only like a weekly thing now, and in like half a year it'll become a monthly thing, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, sorry that took so long. I got one load down, and the other one I'll only do partially. Okay. Come on. Come on. This is such like a boring string barrel because I like to have as much time as I would like. No, I don't have to take my time, even if everyone here, since I started, like, just focusing on it, has stayed here, and it hasn't gone up or down on the count, as far as I can tell. That being said, this right leg has been a lot easier because I really like had this option between this and like the another one that was a little bit cheaper. And one of the things like the comparison was talking about was like the sensor, but I feel like dealing with the sensor is so annoying because it's like I have to find like an angle it's happy with or else it won't go off and there's no override. And the other one had like more, I think this one has like a higher like maximum power, but the other one had like more specific settings for like power level between, to make sure that you didn't like accidentally zap yourself or underdo it. Because like I have like nice vampiric pale skin, but like some people have like that like different archetypes would be like a Hispanic sort of skin tone, or like a like a Middle Eastern sort of skin tone, like, and like maybe some people are like mixed, so they got like the semi-dark skin tone, and like if they wanted to use what are you? That's a scab from a cut. normally when someone says pearly whites, they're referring to your teeth, but for me, they're referring to my skin. Don't know why I put a southern accent on it. They're usually not that pale, despite what they tell you. Usually your southerners will have a bit of a tan pre-applied from the factory. Okay, the part of the leg below the sock is done on the second leg, so I'm almost done, and I might just like turn on the cam once I get the inner thigh dealt with. Because this is starting to warm up the actual glass in front of the bulb with how fast I'm going. Yeah, it's a little warm, but no pain, no gain. Okay, let me put down the IPO and put on some socks and then turn on the cam. Okay. See how these look on the camera before I work forward with them. Okay, I'm gonna put them below the knees. How does that look? I nearly killed my camera, what the heck? I just noticed something. The discrepancy between my stream and what's it called? Actual stuff. Words. Let me do the underlip. Yeah, your pasty white boy comment I saw in the stream on the side tab, but when I went to OBS, it wasn't there. I just realized that it got caught by the whatever decides what goes in top chat versus live chat. So it was in live chat, but the stream chat's based upon top chat. That's pretty cute. Could be worse. It could be auto-modding everything like it did before. Yeah, definitely had something I missed. Okay. Gnarly. These are gonna have to go over. Make sure I got the whole area cleared out. Jingle, jingle. That's right, I do the jingle jingle for myself sometimes just to keep myself going. Okay. Alright, I think it's about time we get back to work. Sorry for how long that took. Hello, everyone. Jingle, jingle. And there is a strong delay on this stream. Let me post out my tweet now. Okay. Thank you. It's not my greatest top, but the other one, the other cropped one was a little sussy, if I do say so myself. I don't know if I've ever used it in a video before. Yeah, I actually did save a little bit just so you guys could see what not really what I saw. Well, it is what I saw, isn't it, huh? Because I got to see the cam. So I was just like doing this, and it was just like, I don't know if it'll come up because it only shows like, it only flashes for a single frame on like the 60 hertz refresh rate of the electrical grid, and it says, I believe, streaming at 30, like twice over, streaming from the camera over Wi-Fi at 30 and then over the stream at 30. But let's look at this. This is basically what I was doing the entire time. Notice how it's like a fireball, like on the camera, which is pretty cool. Oh. And then this thigh is the only part that I left undone, just so that I could like show what was taking so long. Because that's the thing with this, like little like razor cuts or whatever will absorb the heat better than the skin, because it's designed so that it usually only interacts with the hair follicles, leaving the skin untouched. But every so once in a while you have like a blemish that's not the same color. I believe I already did all that, so it's actually over here that I have to do, right? Okay, that should do. So I hope everyone enjoyed the laser show. I think I can unplug this now. Fuck. Hold on. Yes, I am in fact using ski goggles for this purpose. For this problem. I don't know what the word is. There's one guy in here. Howdy. Yeah, The stream's been going for a hot minute. Well, yeah. I didn't put out the Twitter notification until just now, and a lot of people show up later into the night because they're like European or whatever. I know there's a few dudes who are like stationed over in former Yugoslavia, like U.S. Army dudes who got stationed over there, and also a lot of people don't seem to play as much. What's it called? People don't seem to care about the Arknights much. But let me unplug my laser gun real quick. Well, now we can actually play the game as God intended. Okay. So, yeah, for the fellas who just got here, I did like maybe like an hour or so where I got distracted from actually setting up my appearance for by just how much I was working on this game. Thank God we're overproducing again. I was worried it wasn't going to do that. You know, these aren't really the programmer kind, these are the Asian schoolgirl kind. But yeah, I apologize for taking 2 hours to get really into the nitty-gritty. That little laser section took a while to get like done, but now we're one step closer to just these being what's it called? Spotless forever. And then let me check all this stuff up here real quick before we move on with the plot. See, I was hoping I could get onto. I really can't get to the I guess you can only use the other player placed ones on another player placed one. Let me get some water. Oh, I forgot to plug in my thing. Let me do that. Okie dokie. Can I open this or not? I don't know the ID, so I can't do that yet. That's basically what it's saying. Okay. Where does this take me? Nowhere good. What's over here though? Anything worthwhile? There's a dude with a quest over there, but that's not what I want. It's like a puzzle. How grand. The This one? This one's the Bronze Silk Expert Pro 3. They make a Pro 5 as well, which will be a bit more expensive, but work a little bit better. And the thing with these is it's not like instant. The whole thing with it is that you shave and then you zap yourself, wait a week, zap yourself, like shave again, zap again. And then after about a month of doing that, it should be coming back super thin because it's damaged the follicle.
あそこなんか
Not
春っぽ
completely
いよ
destroying it like the professional treatments do, but thinning it. Let me see here. Oh, and we fell off. Okay, let me get into the standard cross. God, this feels so pleasant against each other right now. That's pretty cool. The last few outfits have been like, how do you get a... What do you... I need to bring a block up here, that's what's wrong. God, this is such just a good game. I'm surprised. Like, I knew it looked alright from all the trailers and everything I saw, but actually playing it is just so well thought out compared to, like, what you expect from a quote-unquote gacha game anymore. Or ever, I guess. Didn't used to be better in the past. It's at its best it's ever been, I suppose. It's not like Call of Duty or, like, just FPS games in general where like the genre is not at a high point right now, but it was better in the past. This is the best this like the whole gacha game like group of games has been, and it's hopefully will get a little bit better because a lot of people are having high hopes for that new, what is this? Okay, do I have the piece I need? Yes I do. Oh, but I've never done this before. Okay, that was pretty straightforward. That's a new mechanic that I had not seen prior. Now I have to find this too. Can't anything just be in my inventory already? Would it kill you guys to do that? I should probably use my sanity up early so that I have more later. So that's that, isn't it? And then if I can get up there... Can I build here? I can. It even lets me build through that for some reason. How grand. Wonder what that's for. Fuck. Well, that sucks. Anyway, let's teleport over to the main objective and hopefully things will just clear up on their own. Like, what is that? Antique drone? The sub quest? Side quest. I'm gonna go to the science park. Go to this one. Teleport. Dude, this is a thing. How do you get one of these easy stashes? Is that something I already have access to, or no? Yeah, this person placed it pretty well, so I'm gonna just send that out randomly. Where was that, over there? So just dead ahead this way.
ここに
いつでも出られるよ。
Oops. Very cool. Is this what I'm looking for? Nah. Whoops, wrong key. No, it's not. I think I need to get the thing from right over here, don't I? It's on the roof, right? Oh god, does it go down? That's not good. That's actually very scary. Why are we down here? Oh, this is the other facility, isn't it? Bye. Hello. Oops, I mean, that's that.
不利となる要因は早々に排除すべし
Holy shit, it's RE4. So heading forward more somehow. What do I do? Okay, that's the... I'm supposed to take that down. That's what I was supposed to do. Okay. That's fine with me. I think it's... I just want the... fuck. There we go. Messed up the timing. You didn't see that. Where did you come from? I hear... Are they above? I guess so. I guess it was those guys I heard. Okay. Well, let's get down to business to defeat the Huns or whatever the fuck. Oh, this doesn't open. Never mind. New plan. Kill everything that moves. A good plan. I know that because it's my plan. I'm on fire. It's a problem. You are doing a lot of damage considering how this level is.
安心して次はないか
今のやつすごかったね
And he's got a buff. Okay, there we go. He was a little tougher than I anticipated, but it's fine. And I think that one needs to be explicitly grenaded, which is unfortunate because I don't have that all set up yet. Welcome in. We are chilling. What is out here like? Did they add custom outfits to this game yet or no? I know there's like a ton of mods to change how the characters look. I could probably have this little twink here running around in a bikini. That would be pretty cool, but I don't know if YouTube would let me. And I don't know if there's like an anti-cheat set up yet. Where? Robot looking person? Me when I'm robot looking. Beep boop, beep beep boop. Raul, get prepared. Prepare to be terminated, Raul. Yeah, okay, I have no clue how to get any of the secrets in here, so I'm just gonna go with the main plot instead, because I give up on that for now. The Origin Load Spring is our next stop. That looks pretty far away. Is that really just our next stop? That's the next stop? Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Well, I don't think I've ever done an Elvis impression before. Thank you very much. I don't think I can pull that off. It's not really my cup of tea, as they would say. What do we have over here? Oh, it's all this junk. Well, this is the Origin Load Spring in Valley 4. I'm gonna assume that the Valley 4 is supposed to sound vaguely like Valley Forge. Because it's already going with like the colonial America jokes they were making, as far as I can tell. Like, wasn't the area in the first one called like Rhodes Island? I don't know if I can do a real Elvis impression for extended periods of time without killing over on the spot from the stuff he was dying of. He was on, like, I think he had some kind of stimulant, but he also had some kind of depressant. Okay, this is where I left off last night. Cool. And then I believe he had a painkiller too mixed in there. Or no, it was like, yeah. I think the craziest thing is that, like, from what I could gather, Elvis was on, like, everything legally. Like, he just had, like, a doctor sign off on everything. And then, like, no one wanted to, like, say anything to him, even though it was, like, clearly more damaging than he was able to tell. Because they weren't even, like, they weren't on, like, the drugs that Elvis was doing, from what I recall, weren't really, like, recreational drugs. He wasn't using them in that way. He just had a fuck ton of, like, medical shit going on that was, like, getting worse by using them, causing him to use more to try to fix it. Because it was 3, like, narcotics that were, like directly interacting. You fuck up one, you had to do more the next one, which would fuck up the other one, and it would just, like, feed into itself. I'm assuming I'm taking this with me. No? Yes? I can't tell if that's not coming with me or if they're getting in the way. Because what else would I be doing with this? Oh, it's this, I see. I didn't catch that at first, but now I see. There's a lot in this area. This must be a very big area. Yeah, this is going to be a very big area, I can already see. Now, how do I connect wires to get my stuff in? Oh yeah. You know who else likes sandwiches? Hitler. I actually don't know if that's true or not. Eating sandwiches is kind of like an American thing. The closest they had was like putting sausages on bread like a hot dog. Because you'll never guess where the people who came up with the hot dog originally lived. They did it in the US. The hot dog was invented in the US. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But it was like German dudes from Frankfurt. And then they're called dogs because everyone was paranoid they put dogs in it secretly. Oh yeah, that's the thing. He was like on stimulants to get him to perform properly for his shows. That are like sleep inhibitors or whatever. I don't remember what specifically. If it was like maybe like an amphetamine, or if it was something more like minoxidil, where it just keeps you awake. And then he, in order to actually sleep when it came time, he needed sleeping meds, which downed him. And then in addition to that, he also had painkillers too. They didn't brag about the painkillers, we just know he did because he had antihistamine pills as well, because opioids will cause a histamine reaction. Like an allergy. Not allergy severity, but the same sort of thing at a smaller scale. That's actually why we use fentanyl in hospitals, because it doesn't create that same histamine reaction. That's like its upside of existing, that you can use it for people with very strong histamine stuff. I'm sure Elvis did a handful of things, but compared to his later peers, he was pretty moderate with drug usage. He just was very high on the like stuff that he was just very high up with the dosages of the things he was using. He was in fact high. Oh, no, this is where I left off. Because I remember buying stuff from you, right? How much is an upgrade? Ooh, I don't know about that one, Chief. That's a little expensive. Well, yeah. I mean, like, I don't know if I'd say he's like a perfectly good person. He did a lot of sketchy things. But he wasn't like evil McEvil face like a lot of modern celebrities. Like modern celebrities will end up on the Epstein list, and the controversy with Elvis was that when he met his wife at like what age, 18, 20, somewhere in there, that she was just a lower end teenager, and that's a lot less severe than meeting a 14-year-old at like 40. Yeah, I know someone who doesn't like Elvis, but will like a lot of the music that's not that similar. I mean, not that different from Elvis, and I'm just like, you just don't like the guy. The music is fine. Okay, here's the little girl.
ここコークの診療所。皆さん戻られたんですね。怪我もなさそうで安心しました。管理人のお
Is
か
there a
げだ
way
よ。
to, okay, I can't change. Oh, because it's clipping against the participant. Yeah, it's not her. It's when it gets close to her that. It's very aggressive though.
ゆえ先生は中にいるの？
はい
さっき5分だけ休んで、今はもう仕事に戻っています。小さな診療所ですから、普段はあまり人がいないのに、今は負傷者で溢れ返っていて。中枢基地の医療スタッフだっていつも大変そうなのにさ、先生一人だけでやれてるの？ゆえ先生はここに来て
If you
長い
could bring
です
back one
大丈夫と言っ
musician,
てくれる先生のことをみんなも
just
す
like
ご
one
く
of the
信
ones
頼
who's
しています。
passed away,
先生は
and
鉱
it's
山科
like
学院出身で経験も豊富ですし、
specifically
薬もよく効くんですよ。
brought back with the intention to make more content in the modern day. Who are you bringing back?
先生は診療所の中です。私はここで看護師さんのお手伝いをしようと思います。今は一人でも多くの人手が必要ですか
From
ら。
what I can gather of the moral like complaints against Elvis, it boils down to his wife was very young when he met her. Michael Jackson, yeah, that's pretty clean actually. Michael Jackson was pretty awesome. I'd say it's probably for a while that was just straight up my favorite musician. I forgot about him. I'm sorry, Michael Jackson. He's probably looking down from heaven like, what the fuck? Probably wouldn't say that up there, but you get the idea. I didn't even say it like him. I gotta like try to do the Elvis. I mean the Michael Jackson voice. Like, huh, what the fuck? Michael Jackson.
うん。じゃあここは任せたよ。
But yeah, Elvis's like moral complaints boil down to either his wife was like 14 when he met her because she was the commander's or whatever military position was in charge of him, daughter in this posting in Germany, and he was like, I guess, the only desirable individual among all the people at the barracks. Yeah, I know about the thing with if you like pay attention closely like to Michael Jackson's behaviors right before his like controversy with like, oh my god, Michael Jackson touched like a little kid. By the way, the kid involved said he didn't. You'll notice that like he definitely like got like someone tried to initiate him into like the whole like whatever at that time. I don't know if that was timelined right for the Epstein Island specifically. I don't remember when the 90s that started. But it is very clear that since Mr. Steen was very much a part of the funny 3,000 year ago country, and all of his information was given back to the intelligence services there. His comments regarding that country right before he was like outed, quote unquote outed, didn't actually happen. Everyone knows that now. But like right before that happened, he like started like saying, it's like, I'm actually fully supportive, and like was forced to like remove some commentary on the Palestine back in like the 90s, which was like well ahead of the curve culturally. I mean, I don't like the Beatles because they just sound like a lesser version of their peers, and I don't like John Lennon specifically. No, it's fine. I mean, I don't know about the other people in chat, but I am not swayed by negative subject matter.
わかったわ。それぞれで動くことにしましょう。じゃあ。
But yeah, Elvis, Elvis is a thing that exists, I suppose. Whoopsie. Okay, we're going back to, I believe this is where we came. No, it is not. This is a separate building. But yeah, Elvis was like, his wife was young when he met her. And then he like left his childhood girlfriend to pursue the like partying musician life. And then obviously the whole like breakup thing brought a lot of issues with it. But his main thing was just that he got screwed over by his manager and was like getting forced to do a bunch of bad contracts in Vegas for the rest of his life. Because his manager was like some yeah, Elvis had good music. And another thing people will get like try to get on Elvis's case for is like a lot of Elvis's songs were covers of music from the black community, and it's like, okay. Sometimes like being an outsider allows you to understand what makes something good in the first place and make it perfect. That's ultimately what Elvis did. He was willing to incorporate into those communities, learn what they knew, figure out what made it what it is, and then kind of just distill the parts that people like. I know I said distill as I grabbed the water. This is not distilled water. This is just regular purified water. I wasn't making a joke. Oh yeah, his manager like stole a ton of money and like put him on a really bad contract. But that's pretty standard for managers, if we're being real. Like, you won't go that far into the music history books without coming across a story like that, regardless of like what company or genre or time period. But the fact that he was a citizen of no country and would have to like strong arm him into never doing any world tours, like was like really what tanked his career so hard. Like, the furthest he got to go would be like that time he went to the Germany as a soldier, but he didn't do any music then. Weird Al Yankovic, I don't know if he's like the greatest musician, but I do like that one post that like compares him to Mozart, or maybe it was Beethoven, but basically just the idea of like someone who's just pretty good at almost any genre, but doesn't really take it that seriously. Don't mind me, I'm just having more crayons. I forget if you guys were still up when I pulled these out last night. I call this the Marine Corps simulator. It's perfectly acceptable to not like play favorites. Like the last person I told someone, like in the past, someone asked me what like favorite rapper was, and I said like Kanye West, and then boom, he's like on his Hitler monologue like a few months later. Bubblegum.
そうですが、あの空の裂け目が消えない限り油断はできません。
That's enough, Mr. West. Please, no more today. I'm not a big fan of Elton John. It's just a little bit too like mainstream pop-y for my taste, even like his older stuff. Also, no, my pants have died. What happened? They came unpinched. I must have put pressure on them and they came undone. That's not really a hipster thing. It's kind of just like the what makes modern music like not so great in the US and English speaking world in general was already becoming present through Elton John in the past. Just not really my sound, I guess. Okay, all fixed. Bullying someone for not knowing who Elton John is quite interesting. Like, it's like, grr, how dare you not know, was he mostly active? Was it 60s or 70s? Like, I know he's still around and still makes music, but he was originally from, like, the 60s or 70s or whatever. I already said he's still alive. I know that. He made that one song with the other person recently, and he was in the Kingsman films, or at least one of them. I didn't watch them because they were kind of not the right kind of humor for me. But I do remember seeing the clip of him, like, being protected in software by the robot dog. And being used as a human shield. I don't know. I listen to a lot of Japanese music as well, and not just like the OMG anime OPs sort of thing, but rather just like I know quite a bit about like the Hatsune Miku. Oh, I'm talking to the Dune Hospital. Cool. Like the different producers of Hatsune Miku Vocaloid music, and then like keep up with just active releases by musicians. Oh, he's going through it. I got like kind of like mentally flashbanged by like not mentally flashbanged, just straight up like flashbang by how like expressive that face was compared to like all the other ones for the NPCs. Yeah. Jam Project.
仲間をパルス波に巻き込まれて、それで一瞬の出来事だった。 誰も助からなかった。俺のせいだ。俺が時代ゆりかごに行きたいなんて言ったから。
Put quite his heart into that. Jeez, I got like suddenly surprised by just how expressive that was. Like we went into this cutscene and he just had like the depressed anime eyes in excruciating detail, and I'm like, holy shit. And then like the voice actor put in, and then the animations didn't hold up, unfortunately.
でもおかしかったんだ。アンカーから出てきたアンゲロスは
Really got me
全部
good.
時代ゆりかごに向かってた。なのに俺たちはバリアに塞がれて通れなくて。
Jingle jingle.
だからこの辺はアンゲロス少なかったんだ。
Slackjaw. I've been listening to a lot of the old Linkin Park music recently.
俺は早々にアンゲロスにやられて仲間と先には進めなかった。それで最初にパルス波が出た時、みんなはそれにパルス波がだんだん広がってきて、俺は一人でひたすら逃げることしか。
戻ってこられて本当よかったよ。それに今の情報で助かる人もいるはずだしさ。
でも俺は
I believe that's the spelling of the name of the actual park and not the name of the band. I believe the name of the band is just basically LinkedIn.
まずは怪我を治すことに専念してください。あなたの力が絶対に必要になりますから。
そうか。それに仲間の死を絶対に
Yeah, Lincoln Park spelled properly is a name of a park near where the Lincoln Park people came from. And they got the name of the band from the park, but they misspelled it on purpose so that it could be like searchable separately, because the internet did begin to exist by that point in the 90s, and they didn't want to get like sued by somebody. Well, the park was named after the president, and the band was named after the park.
データベースにはそういった記録はなかったはず。
あとさ、アルファスが言ってたあの女って。
ネファリス、本当にアンカーの落下地点まで制御できるのなら、どうしてわざわざ3つもここに。
もしもし、ペリカ姉さん聞こえる？
ええ、聞こえているわ。ロッシー、そちらはどうだった？
調査隊が戻ったんだけど、珍しいものを持って帰ってきてたの。もしかしてみんなの役に立つかも。
Doesn't LinkedIn have a sports field, like a sports stadium somewhere? They should do Linkin Park performing live at LinkedIn Park.
でも戻ってきたのは一人だけで、ペリカ姉さんに会いたいって言ってて。
Yeah, they did really have the anime music video scene on lock for a while before the copyright really hit YouTube.
わかったわ。フィオナが位置情報を送ってくれたからすぐに向かう。
I feel like if you go to like a convention like Otakon in DC or something, or one of the other ones that has like the AMV contest that's been going on for a while, you'll still see a lot of it. At least in like the preliminary steps before the actual finalists that get to show off at the convention hall. Oh, what do we have here? Arlene?
いはいずれ明らかになる。私何か見落としたのかな。
I feel like, all things considered... Wait, what's going on with our production? Okay, I thought I saw the second number lower, but I think I just misread it. I need this part. I need a lot of parts. Why are so many parts like... So many parts are just like missing. Like they really ought to be more obvious. Like the puzzle part is fun, the tracking down the puzzle piece is not. That's so far away, I don't even know if they intend for me to find that yet. Oh boy. PTSD over 2010's music. I got a feeling you're referring to like the Black Eyed Peas one. I got a feeling, woo-hoo, like that one, or are you talking about like one of the other ones that came out? The boom clap yay sort of music. I could have sworn that was like 2008 or 9, isn't it? That's like recession music. I believe that came out a little before the 2010s didn't it? It might have been when you heard it, especially since I believe you're the Argentine, yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. Why do you let the internet die like that? You gotta resuscitate it with a... You gotta take your router and just really dig into it with a defibrillator. That's true. I thought the, like, you remember the, Virtual Insanity where, like, Jamiroquai is, like, doing, like, the slide towards the camera in the music video? I used to hear that, like, a lot on the radio, like, in the 2010s, and I could tell it was older, but I didn't realize just how old it was. Whoops. I don't know why these are breakable if they're... Oh, well, that one did have something to hide. Wonder what this is. Something, alright. So is this the way forward for the plot and just handed me one of those secret items? How generous. Eh? あれはなんだ? Ah. But jump. I forgot that how that controlled for a moment. Okay. Anything over here to loot first? So I don't forget. Like that right there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So listen to a lot. I mean, it's not like 2010's music went away, it's just no longer recent, so places that pride themselves upon playing recent songs aren't going to play, like... I'm trying to think of an example of something from 2010s. I came in like a wrecking ball. That's the person that came to mind.
パルス波のせいで動ける時間は20分に制限されていましたから。主
Jingle
な任務
jingle.
は危険な場所の確認と安全ルートの確保、そして救助隊が動きやすくするための準備です。
Yeah. I mean, I usually go off of vibes and hard genre lines,
なの
really.
につい焦ってアンカーの近くまで入り込んでしまっ
Like, if we're
て。
being perfectly legalistic about it, pop music is a very wide stretch. So you have to really, like, involve yourself with sort of, like, unofficially defined subgenres, like the, what's it called? The white girl pop music is a classic. Like, it's not really officially called that. There's not really a name for it, but everyone knows what you're talking about when you say, like, white girl pop music. California girls are unforgettable. Daisy Duke's bikini. That sort of music is just pretty, like, immediately comes to mind when you say white girl music. The beer truck country songs. I mean, that's just country music in the modern day for the most part. It always boils down to that sort of thing. It's like, my neck is... Wait, no, what does he say? My collar's blue, but my neck is red. There's some good country, but it's older. It's stuff like The Devil Went Down to Georgia and stuff like that.
同じ調査隊の先輩が前の調
Because
査
you
で
know
ア
the
ンカ
devil
ーが
went
落
down
ち
to
るのを見た
Georgia
らし
because
く。
he was looking for a soul to steal. Because he was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal.
時代ゆりかごの入り口のバリアはアンカーが落ちた直後にできたって。だから何か関係があるんじゃないかと思ったんです。
Kiss a fish and drive a truck and drink a beer.
でも
Yeehaw,
近づこ
partner.
うとした時にアンカーから急にパルス波が。
え、
パルス波で怪我しなかったってこと？どうやって？ロイル、見せてあげてよ。それがポイントなんだから。
これです。あの時はとにかく必死でそばにあった枝を無我夢中で掴んで。
オリジニウム構造の枝。
この枝が光ったと思ったら周りも光って、はっきり見たわけじゃないんですけど、パレス波を防いでくれたのは間違いありません。
本当？なら
She's
それ
just
使え
like,
ばアンカーもさ。
yeah, that's the song title. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. The Devil Went Down to Georgia because he was looking for a soul to steal because he was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal. When he came up upon this young man sawing on the fiddle, playing it hot. The devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, "Boy, let me tell you what. I guess you didn't know it, but I am a fiddle player too. But if you care to take a dare, I'll make a bet with you. Now you play pretty good fiddle, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a fiddle of gold against your soul because I think I'm better than you." The boy said, "My name's Johnny, and it might be a sin. But I'll take your bet. You're gonna regret because I'm the best it's ever been." and it breaks down the music from there into the little like main chorus. This keeps breaking. No, I don't want these to like perish. I barely even worn these because this is like something I got given like right at my hiatus period. And this is like a gift I got given like right when I was originally working on the Shinzo Abe Part 2 that never got finished. No, this is tragic. I can probably repair it if I'm desperate enough. I don't have my, like, clamp here, though. My funny electrician supplies from back when I used to do that a lot. Do I link it to that or this? Okay.
Admittedly, with how easy it is to get back on, I'm going to have to smack it down with something real quick. I'll have you know The Devil Went Down to Georgia is the best country song, not that that's a really high bar. It's about a kid beating the devil in a music fight. Like, flex tape, I think I'm alright. God, I forgot how tight these are in the crotch, like owie. It's not like the sexual kind of tight either. It's just the uncomfortable kind of tight. Oh, I can't do that. Ah, ow. Ouchie. Also, I feel like the camera has shifted upwards angle-wise. I feel like it used to show part of the seat, and now it's not. Like, I know I pointed it a little bit more upwards to show off the crop top sort of thing. Damn, I gotta have something to crush it with. Something metal. Yo, Metal Sonic, can you come over here? Where's Metal Sonic when you need him? Goddamn, where the hell? Let's use 2 coins, I guess. Fuck. Actually seemingly worked rather well and very easily. That was a surprisingly simple fix. 2 coins, wouldn't you know? Yeah, it's all closed up now, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. I expected that to be less effective. That just kind of straight up worked with no major issue as far as I can tell. And for good measure, let me work on the main loop as well. That didn't fall off, but was getting there. Where did the main loop go? Oh god, it's so tight that it locked around the main loop. So one of these, what is this? Oh, it's, yeah, these coins are a Canadian 10-cent and a British 5-pence coin. They're my international coins that I have right here. How grand. Oh yeah. I don't think it was Argentina that made that one song that they added to Fortnite. What was it called? La Chilna? I don't know. I remember like hearing it before they added it to Fortnite as like the funny, that GIF. Well, not really GIF because it had audio. It was baked. Hold on, let me like fix my pants before I like absolutely annihilate my my units. Oh, yowie.
The weirdest part is that it's not the actual parts you would think. It's like the internal piping near my waist. Maybe it's kidney failure, who can tell? Okay, sorry about that. I died, but it's fine. Jingle jingle. So did anyone... Okay.
でもみんなは生きていると思うんです。他の枝を見つけているかもしれません。管理人さん、お願いします。どうか助けてあげてください。
気持ちはわかるけれど、まずはパルス波の対策方法を見つけなければいけません。
I like how my outfits fall into one of not the outfits themselves, but the individual pieces fall into one of two categories. And it's it's either comfortable but doesn't look that great, either due to quality or cut, or uncomfortable but looks rather pleasant. I think this falls into that second category. It's not particularly comfortable, but people seem to like it.
So, このオリジニウムの枝、普通では考えられない。オリジニウムをこれほどまで再構築できるのは、管理人はまだ記憶が戻っていませんし、詳しいことまではわかりませんが。
そうだ、似たような枝ならこの居住地にもあるはずです。見たこと。
それ使えばアンカーに近づけるかもだよね。
It's a shame YouTube's so strict, because otherwise I'd definitely put something in this holster that I still had on these pants from the Glock video. But it's like a empty thing. A genuine gold coin like the Spanish ones?
居住地の高台にオリジニウムツリーの苗木があるんです。ジェンナーばあちゃんが20年ずっと世話し続けてますから、何か知っているかもしれません。
時間がありません。急いでジェンナーさんに話を聞きに行きましょう。
Indeed.
その枝が先に進む鍵にな
I
るか
did
も
in
しれ
fact
ませ
do
ん。
that.
じゃあ、私はロイルをユウ先生のとこに連れて行くね。
頼みます。どうか仲間を助け出してください。
What happened to Arctic Fox? They were here to say howdy, and then they never reappeared further down in chat. That's interesting. I just thought about it for 2 seconds and noticed that. Aluminum? Is that something from Argentina that they tried out, or are you talking about the Japanese 1 yen coins that feel like plastic?
苗木。管理人に関する情報を協定の三大陣営はとても厳重に取り扱っていました。オリジニウムツリーの苗木に何か手がかりがあるといいのですが。
Maybe they got busy, huh? Oh yeah? What's wrong? You keeping them busy? Plop, plop, plop.
鉱山の憲法 でも見たことがあるけど
Yeah, surprised aluminum coins for like the lowest denomination of coin has never like been picked up by anyone else.
いわゆる意に宿るってやつだからこれ
Like the Japanese do it, but a lot of other countries just like got rid of their coins outright when they needed a cheaper penny. Like the US under the current administration has stopped production of pennies because copper is a thing that costs money. Even just a little bit of foil on the outside where the internals are really like zinc metal. So I can't go this way, can I? This way is the way forward, is it? What's gross? Oh, because you're, oh god, what you've been busy with them. What's wrong? You don't like the idea of taking them out to eat and then bringing them home for a nice romantic evening. I don't remember what they look like, so I don't know if it was if this is like an earned negative interaction or if it's just you're like, I would never have anyone with that profile picture. Grr.
間違いありません。それにこのアーツは管理にあなたによるものです。
これはね、小さな
She just teleported in from behind.
まだ幼いからね。昔のように私たちを守ることは、若い子たちはこの木を見に来ることもなくなったんだ。はじめまして。私はジェンナーだよ。苗木を世話しているただの年寄りだ。
この苗木は
歴史はもう年寄りの記憶の中だけになっちまったね。隔離エリアに何があるのか、なぜ時代ゆりかごと呼ばれているのか、それを知ってる人なんてもうほとんどいないだろうよ。
50 cents. I'm going to assume that the individual worth of $1 was not particularly high if they're making it out of aluminum. Let me switch it since...
昔、それは大きなオリジナルツリーがあったんだ。うっすら光る幹がしっかり大地に根を下ろして。
Most people would be honored to have such a interaction pre-programmed for them.
私たちはその大樹を頼りに
Jingle
生
jingle.
きて戦ってそして根からはオリジニウム鉱脈を見つけて拠点を築いていったんだ。でも最後には壊すことを選んでしまった。あの日、黒いアンゲロス、アスタロンがヤチを襲った。
Aren't you the one asking them out? That's what the story said. I just told.
燃え盛る黒い渦になり、大地を切り裂いていった。工業団の記録の中で一番大きなアンゲロスだった。みんな苦しいながらも必死に抵抗を続けたよ。でもアスタロンが落ちてきた時、目を閉じてその絶望を受け入れざるを得なかった。
そんなアンゲロスいるんだ。
最終的に人々は勝利した。でも
Quite the odd bunch.
全てを失ったんだ。 オリジニウムツリーを爆破して、あの新たな家を与えてくれたオリジニウムツリーをね。オリジニウムツリーの破片はアスタロンのコアを貫いた。巨大な幹は空洞とな
That's not
り
good.
砕けたアスタロンは眠りについて、ゆり
Why
か
is
ご
it
だったはず
doing
の場
that?
所は
Hmm.
二つの死
Maybe
骸を
refresh
抱
my
える
tab.
墓となった。
Okay, it seems fine apparently. I don't know why it did that. It did like a weird thing where it's like it did like a weird thing where it like wasn't showing me the preview on my tab here. I thought my internet was like dead. This isn't the Earth, they're on like an alien planet.
今でも心配しているんだよ。
He's like telling about the lore of like
いつか
the
また
ancient
アンカーが空から
disaster or
落ちて
whatever
き
the
て
fuck.
あの砕けたアンゲロス、どこからか呼び声が響いて、真っ黒なアスタロンが土の中から蘇り、砕けた体がつながって、ヤチが死の赤い光に飲まれるんじゃないかって。
そうかもな。
つまりあのアンカーの下に巨大なアンゲロス
Nah.
いるってこと？
I believe it was the last stream where the place that you could see in the distance just fucking exploded. That's what happened.
もしそうだとしたら、
Or maybe it was the stream before? I'm not sure.
そのアンゲロスだけで4号ヤチが壊滅するかもしれない。
だか
I think it
ら
was last
私た
stream.
ちはずっとこの苗木を見守ってきたんだよ。いくつか残っていたオリジニウムツリーの破片のうち、これだけが生き残った。最後の分身だからね。きっとこの苗木が私たちをもう一度救ってくれる。
Yo,
この木
superpowers.
が君たちを守ってくれるよ。いつかここが君たちの新しい家になるんだ。
管理人、どうしましたか？大丈夫ですか？管理人、顔色が一体どうしたのですか？
She's just like rotated in 3D space. It's not even like a lean, that's just a rotation effect.
これはアンカーが動き出しています。
アンゲロスだ。なんでこんなたくさん。
悪い予感がする。もう時間はない。アンゲロスだろうとパルス波だろうと、この地を一瞬で消し去りかねない。
Oh yeah? You have something else you're more a fan of?
ああ、こんな景色を見るのは一体何年ぶりか。それにオリジニウムツリーを植えたあの人にもずっとお会いしていないね。
ここのみんななら大丈夫です。私たちは行きましょう。管理人。
We must have faith in these people. You're here to chat? Fair enough. You have your priorities in order, I suppose.
混乱エリアに大量のアンゲロス反応を確認。居住地の何か所かにも入り込んでるよ。
座標を送って。ここには防衛できるほどの戦闘員がいない。急いで向かうわ。
作業員、まだ避難してる途中だよ。
I see.
トタは
What the hell's going on over here? Oh, these things.
受け取って。
Oh, if I use the actual weakening effect on the
on the fella than it affects anyone else in the AoE of the attack. That's cool. What are we looking at here? Rankwood movies? Interesting. You're vaguely paying attention, but still... I mean, yeah, I wish the English dub for this game was more palatable, because it would be good since I know all this is cutting off a little bit of the subtitles. And I don't have enough like stuff to justify like putting the entire game into a little box. Like I don't have enough to put on like the sides around it to do anything. But I can't really like justify putting it in English because otherwise it would just be like 5 theater kids making random noises instead of like the original intent behind every voice line. Did you just... Okay, I just left the combat zone, I guess. Yeah, it's good that they pointed out like the whole like specific mechanic of this character, which is like the double attack, like the combo attack, giving the little like locking him in space. Yeah, that right there. Where if you use like the E attack with the protagonist, and then you use your like specific attack you can use with one of the arts bars, it just does massive damage, and that's like something that was not immediately known. I had to go into the little training module. You can't really show it off with that because they already died. There we go. Yeah, see, they just got one shot with that when it was relatively decent health still. So that does massive damage without defense. That's a gimmick of the main character's attacks that was not like given away until went into the little module in the one menu. It was like, which one was it? Was it this one? No, it was not this one. Was it this one? Yeah, this one. Operator guide and went into wherever we are. There we go. Endoministrator. Operator CV wall one time. Got it. Get a bunch of free shit. Yeah, in regards to the like dubbing thing, I don't mind playing dubs in some games. Like if I played Persona 5, I would probably play it. Or not Persona 5. I've been playing Persona 5. I see. I've been playing Persona 5 in Japanese, but Persona 4 I'm way too used to the English voiceover, which isn't like offensively bad by any stretch. It's actually a rather well done, well executed. How am I getting out of here? Oh, they have range. I have to prioritize them then. I just got an execution on them. And set automatically, so I didn't know that until I saw all the animations start playing. You mean into Latin American Spanish or just in general? Because I feel like most games get dubs, they're just usually not great. Fuck, I ran out of. Yeah, that did a lot of damage, but he has a lot to spare, so it didn't do as much as I would like. Time to use your thing. Well, that apparently wasn't a dodge. Oh, that's apparently not meant to be defeated. I see. Is that referring to specifically Argentine Spanish or just like Latin American Spanish in general? I see.
お前がこっそり4号家地に来たことは管理人は知ってるのか？
そんなのどうだっていいでしょ。今はこいつらを何とかしなきゃなんだから。
Oh, they put a shield on the robot. Cool. I feel like a lot of things have Spanish dubs anymore. Or even for a while. Like, not this game, obviously. I don't think it's that common for gacha games yet, like Asian games like this. But for other games, it seems relatively common. What's going on? Okay, so I have to like find a safe space. These things. I see the mechanic now. Okay, that one's clear. One down. I think they said there was like 3. I see. What I think was interesting is how the, what's it called? What's the word? Miside had like the bunch of different dubs because they just let the different fan dubs get official release with the game.
さっきアンカーを破壊した時にバリアにも変化
Because
が
the
あったみ
official
たい
game
ね。
only came with Japanese and Russian because it's Russian with an anime art style.
アンカーとバリアは関係ある
And
って
then
こと
they
だね
added it was I'm trying to think what the first like dub update had. It had I mean Spanish, Portuguese, and what was the other one? I think that might have just been what it was. The first update that added the fan
アン
dubs
カー
was
が時代
Spanish
ゆ
and
りかごへの
Portuguese.
道を塞いでいる。
And then they added more from there. There's like a whole catalog now.
ええ、油断はできません。中の状況についてまだ何も分かっていませんから。行きましょう。
Yeah.
残りのアンカーを先に処理しなくては。
I remember seeing like old fuck ups in the translation of Spanish versions of games that were kind of funny. Like I think it was Elder Scrolls Oblivion that translated train as in like exercise to train as in public transportation.
管理人、急行区に向かう非常用ゲートが通れるようになったよ。そこから2つ目のアンカーまで行けるはず。
So that's still locked up. I think I have to get all the other ones before it'll open. Oh god, where's the route this time?
橋崩れちゃってる。電気が通ってなくてクレーンも動かないよ。待って、あそこ誰かいる。
逃げ遅れた調査隊の隊員かもしれない。オリジニウムの枝があとどれくらい持つか。急いでアンカーを破
What
壊
they?
しましょう。
Oh god, I'm cooked. I can't make it in time. I made it in time. Okay, because of how long the distance is, it's actually fine. I think I just missed one. Okay, they don't take damage if I don't. Cool.
このオリジムシの背中、枝が刺さってる。逃げられちゃう。追いかけようか。
You mean what? So they move. Am I going the wrong way? I might be in trouble if I am.
ここのオリジニウムさ、地面から生えてるのに工業団が諦めちゃうのもったいないと思うんだよね。
理由はいくつかある。まずオリジニウム活性が高いからオリパシーに感染するリスクも増加するということ。そして今4号谷地においてオリジニウムの需要が前ほど高くないということ。既存の鉱庫だけで十分な量
Where
が
are
あ
we
る
going
から
from here? Right there? Oh. You should train before continuing. I'm surprised they just left that. That seems like a pretty obvious thing to mess up.
危ない。危なかった。ギリギリセーフ。
管理人気をつけて。
Okay, next one is right here. Damn, that's gonna be a problem. Oh, oh, oh.
お、気をつけて。
That was a little cheeky.
I guess I can't go that way, but I can go this way. Not exactly easy, is it? Is it timed for exactly how much time I need? Come on, break. There we go. I actually don't know if it's like instant death or just a fuck ton of damage. Okay, almost gone. So it is 3.
思ったより大変だったね。オリジニウムの枝のおかげで助かったよ。でもなんでこのオリジニウムの枝だけパルス波防げるんだろう。普通のオリジニウムと何が違うのかな。
この枝は管理人に応えているようだった。やっぱりオリジニウムツリーも管理人と深いつながりがあるはずです。他のオリジニウムにはこういった構造はありません。もし管理人が記憶を取り戻したなら、もっといろいろなことがわかると思います。
ジングルジングル。
あ、電気復旧したみたい。どれどれ、クレーンも使えそうだね。
よかった。コンテナを使って通路を
It's
作
gonna
れ
be
るか
fun
も
when
しれ
these
な
are
い。
just like completely smoothed over in like a month. I think ooh, high purity and low purity. I need to figure out how to transfer materials like that long distance, including power in.
ここにある機械って結構古めな感じだけど、なんか大丈夫かな。
So I'm gonna go on a limb and say this route was faster but didn't have that loot from earlier.
なんてお礼を言ったらいいか。もうダメかと思いました。
Trains.
あなたたちが来てくれなかったらどうなっていたか。
Was
助
it
けていただき
was the
本当にありがとうござい
what
ま
was
した。
like the interpretation among people who didn't know English for the funny Oblivion train thing? Like, is that just like what the fuck are they talking about sort of moment, or is it like a known like translation error that can come up, or is it like, does it sound like a euphemism, like running a train on someone or railing?
気にしないでください。それよりも怪我はありませんか？
僕たちは大丈夫です。この光る枝が守ってくれて、ジェンナーばあちゃんが言ってたことは本当だったんだ。
Choo choo.
安心しました。パルス波はもう止まりました。
Let me get rid of this
自分たちで
this
居住地ま
crayon.
で戻れ
It's
そうで
getting
す
a
か？
little like sticky in the wrong kind of way. Einen Moment bitte. Un moment. Is it, what is in Spanish? Un momento, por favor? I think so.
Okay. It has been, how do you say, disposed of. Now that is epic. You know? It's not really a euphemism or innuendo. I think some people would be confused. Yeah, I would imagine it would be very different in Spanish as opposed to English, because it's probably coming from an entirely different root. Actually, no, that looks like it could come from the same root as the English one. Fernando. Killer bites the dust. Eh? I don't think that's the same thing. Like, I'm not exactly like a skilled, hyper proficient speaker of Spanish. But like that looks like a little much. I'm not quite sure that's familiar. Okay, I'll take your word for it, but I don't know if I'm gonna say that, okie dokie, let's get gaming. What does everyone say to that? I mean, I just don't speak Spanish, I speak a few things. Like, ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch, aber I think like the one I've been very clearly demonstrating in here is like the Japanese proficiency, just by being able to like back and forth with the protagonist who can't hear me. Eh? Was? Katashin. Not sure where you're seeing that. You calling me a potato? Making me self-conscious. Bruh. I mean, it's just a kind of thing you work on. A lot of people typically can't do the normal, like, sit down, study it, and then speak it a month later sort of thing that you're expected to do for, like, normal circumstances. A lot of people just do the little thing where they learn little tidbits here and there, and eventually they realize they understand more than 90-some% of people. It just requires you to like kind of pay attention to something you kind of care about, which made learning Japanese, which is quote-unquote hard, relatively easy because it's not that much to keep track of once you have like the basics down. And it's kind of just like stacking on new like specific situations and a bunch of like vocabulary. Like it's not like where you're learning Russian, you have to learn not just the 3 genders in Russian linguistical categories, but also the case system, which is going to be completely foreign to an English speaker. And while Japanese also uses cases, and quite a few of them, they aren't presented as such, and they don't have a gender system or a plural system, or even like articles like the or an, which makes it very easy to memorize like the exact function of a particle, as opposed to having to like focus on what it is in this specific situation. Otherwise, that way. Like when you're learning Japanese, it's like you don't get taught that wa is this, ga is this. You just like get expected to understand the vibe. I mean, if you are like Argentinian Spanish, there shouldn't be that much to learn with picking up Italian. It should just be speaking with a bunch of foreign words, as opposed to like fully switching out the grammar and everything. There's distinctions, but they're relatively small. It's not like Japanese, where if you pull a sentence from English, it's going to be completely backwards and turned inside out.
バリアができると急に姿を消して幻覚かと。でもなぜか危ないんじゃないかって胸が騒いで。
The hand talking? Look at your mother, you're killing her here. Mamma mia.
お話ししてくれてありがとうございます。今は居住地に戻ってゆっくり休んでください。あとは私たちが何とかします。
I mean, the whole thing with Spanish and Italian is that they are very similar languages. It's just that Spanish has more, like, external influence than Italian does, which is a lot more, like, internal in-jokes.
この先道が崩れてしまっていて、そのクレーンを調整してみます。もしかしたらお役に立てるかもしれません。
Oh man, don't learn a foreign language for a person. Learn it because, like, you can use, a little rude to phrase it that way, but ultimately it's the proper word. Use someone to get more experience in something you're already working on. But just like the whole like, I learned Turkish for my girlfriend sort of thing doesn't ever work out, because eventually, like, you could end up working out and like being married and all that. Maybe not with a Turk, but like, sorry, that's my that's the part of me that studies Greek coming out for a moment.
皆さん、どうかお気をつけて。
German's not as bad as they say. It's a pretty good introduction to how cases work as well, because it's palatable, especially if you already speak English. If you can handle the slight grammatical changes, which are pretty standard across the board for like German languages aside from English. Like, have you ever like just heard a bit of like, it's, I know they're specifically known for putting the secondary verb at the end. Like, once it goes into the infinitive, you're sticking it on the end unless there's like something else that takes precedent further. But something, I'm trying to think what I was gonna say. But yeah, it's not like one of the things people get tripped up on is the whole like verb and noun changing based upon like how the question is being said, well, how a sentence is being said. Like, if it's a question, it will be like you have versus have you. Like, you're basically just gonna be like using a lot of language that died in English, a lot of sentence structure that died in English a while ago. Like, if you've heard old-timey English, they'll use a lot more like German sentence structure, because it started out that way and died from foreign influence. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to know that much to get by in Germany. All you need to know is go up to the cashier at the store and say, "Sprechen Sie English?" And then it's a 50-50 shot with the, like in Germany, it's like a 50-50 split of whether or not someone speaks English. The like the rate of literacy in English is literally like 40 some, like high 40s. So chances are if there's 3 people working in a store, at least one of them is going to know English. Dead language like Latin, or like dead like Sumerian. Well, that's not even dead because people do kind of speak Sumerian for this like academic purposes. Like, what's this distinction? It's like living language has native speakers. Dead language is only spoken by academics who have like studied it for the fact that it used to be spoken. And then extinct language is when we know it existed but don't know what the language actually contained within it. So that would be like some like language spoken before, or not even before, because we can do a lot of things actually to reconstruct. It would have to be some random like tribe that never got written down and doesn't have any descendants in their language tree. Because otherwise it would be like you might lose all records of modern English, but if there's people speaking something based upon English like 2,000 years from now, we could probably figure out what a lot of English words were just based upon like what people say and how people usually fuck things up over time. Like the simplest thing is the fact that all European languages come, like aside from a few minor ones and the Uralic ones in the eastern half, they all come from the single source. Why would I learn Irish? It's like I don't know if there's any Irish fellas in the chat here, but I'm going to be really blunt for a moment. This may be a little offensive. Speaking like Irish in 2026 is kind of like LARPing, because it's not something that most Irish people actually speak, but the signs are everywhere to pretend that they weren't completely like devastated by British colonization. I mean, even then, anyone in general. I mean, 100 years from now, you could just straight up be around. This is the part where you're like, actually, I'm 50 years old already. And that's the part where I chime in, like, actually, it's very likely that the life expectancy could go up to, like, 150 pretty easily. Being able to learn a language comes down to 2 things. Interest, and like that's genuine interest, not just like it would be nice if I could do such and such, but rather like the interest in like actively going through all the work. And then secondly, actually being able to do something. That's not just you being physically like smart enough to study, but also having resources available to study from. It's like you can't magically learn like the African tongue clicking languages unless you go all the way over there, because a lot of those languages aren't written down and they aren't making webinars to teach people. Meanwhile, you can study you can study Italian online very easily. Put you in a cryotube? I don't think the cryotubes work, dude. I'm pretty sure the whole thing with cryotubes is that they run on the misconception of what freezing things does. Like stasis pods in real life would either have to like do some very like extreme things, or they would have to mess around with the very fabric of time and space. I wonder where the source of that is. I don't think going out at all is acceptable terms. Real ones just lock in, get life eternal. So if I go up, is there a way across? I can go all the way up actually and then get this.
秘伝の書ってさ、だいたいこんな感じの箱に入ってるよね。
That's more like it. You just refuse to perish. You just gotta lock in. It's that easy. Fuck. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to make this jump. I wonder if the local resident, there we go. Our local resident hunk cosplayer is going to show up, or if they'll sleep before until after I've ended the stream tonight. Shit. Wait, this was always an option the whole time, or did this... I've been naught but a fool. Well then. Let's get gaming. I would like to be able to get through this entire area before doing anything to the stream. I mean, one can hope. I didn't want to leave the stream running too long tonight because I have places to be tomorrow. I do want to... Argentina isn't real, you're just schizophrenic. You actually live in, I don't know, Peru. A fate worse than death. Basically any other Latin American country other than Argentina. Well, you actually live in Brazil. I mean, you live in Peru, but it's about to be conquered by Brazil in the great Brazilian conquest of 2027. So where does that's the big scary mess. Well, yeah, but I was at least giving you like a Spanish-speaking one for now. I see. I like how I made fun of, I said like, a fate worse than death, any Latin American country other than Argentina, and one of the viewers dropped off. I like to imagine I had like a silent viewer from like, I don't know, Panama or something, and they got like nipped at that comment. How does that make sound? It's just a chunk of rock. It's a chunk of bismuth. Oh, that's... Not sure how that works. He hit me. Chilling. They actually... Yeah. Okay, where's the weak point? The legs. Yeah. What's the line? History started with the founding of America, and everything before that was a mistake. Managed to block the main one. Okay. The bismuth creature is gone. Now, how do I get this? Does it run at it? You little... You've got to be kidding. Okay. Fuck you too, I guess.
Tata と協約電波塔をつなげば、前やったように広範囲のスキャンができるようになるはずよ。スキャンが終わったら、タタはここにいてもらいましょう。
Now that is epic. Okay, and there's the thing I was looking for. And we're about to get jumped, yeah? Oh, that's... I have to deal with that first. That takes precedent. Let's look at history before America was relatively stagnant. I don't know what your metric for that would be. I feel like things were happening on occasion. Uh-oh. It's brittle. Noted. So if this breaks, I'm screwed. Or rather, if I get held back and it breaks, I'm screwed. Whoop. Can I make the jump? Yes, I can. I don't know where the next one is. This way. Also, we'll skip a step. Pretty good, if I do say so myself. This one's gonna be brittle, so I have to get this first try. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I was on build mode. That could have been bad. Ah, yes. Of course. The margin of what makes someone the best country. Starting revolutions in foreign countries and conquering California.
今中どうなってるんだろうね。
That's what makes America what America is, I'm sure.
工業団がオリジニウムツリーの爆破を選択せざるを得なかったほどのアンゲロス。管理に何があっても身を守ることを最優先にしてください。それとチェン、お願いね。
うん、任せてよ。
Better food is relative. Like, you might be thinking of like gas station food compared to like your normal cuisine. You forget that America has its secret weapon when it comes to cuisine. We have also the fucking gas stations. A lot of people think American food is like the slop at like a 7-Eleven, but forget that we also have Sheetz and Wawa. Or where they have like the 1950s junk where it's like the food just not restrained, floating in gelatin. Are you sure you want California? It's not the rest of America treating it poorly that made it the way it is. It was treated rather well by the rest of the country. Well, someone did that for the most recent title, actually, where they found that with the like cost of training, like producing and training a liquor, and like how many millions of dollars that costs, like how much damage Leon does over the course of that game. Let me move that back. There we go.
時代ゆりかごの入り口にあったバリアは消えたはずです。戻りましょう。
Yes, training a mahjong player is called going to addiction treatment therapy. Simply put, rehab. First it was the stoner population, now it's the mahjong playing population. I swear it's not an addiction. World's most obvious addiction.
動きが少しずつ違うような。
鉱山の剣術ってさ、型には縛られない、いわゆる意に宿るって。
It's entirely possible.
これ、技とか動きより。
Where am I headed? So the little puzzle pieces over here, I'm gonna want that because I don't like it when it tells me I don't have things. What is Leon's net worth? I don't know, but I remember he walks into the new game with like $10,000 worth of clothing and equipment, not including his car. That's like $500,000. I might need to like get some some items to get more levels, because these aren't melting as much as I like them to. Like I'm gonna trust anything that Ronald Reagan has to say. Like he didn't make this mess. Okay, so that's end of that. I mean, like, anyone over the age of, like... Anyone over the age of, like, 40 or 50 should be able to pretty cleanly look back upon history without, like, falling for his charisma and realize just how, like, bad for every political stance Ronald Reagan was. Like, the only people who hold him in high regard are nostalgics. I could just straight up, like, soft lock myself by jumping in back here. Or no, that's not the soft lock, that's the place I just came from. But still. Yeah, like, pretty much anyone from any political stance should be able to identify not just that Ronald Reagan was not a particularly good fella. Okay, yeah, I'm able to tell that. I came over here for that very purpose. Thank you, Navigator, that only chimes in for things that I already knew and didn't need a... Okay, I need these now. Great. Nothing can ever just be where it needs to be, can it? Okay, those are like right next to each other, so that's not too bad, right? Oh, that's entirely different. That sucks. Ronald Reagan did a bunch of policies. He won in like a landslide victory because no one liked the dude he ran against, except for like one state, which is the state the guy came from. And then in order to like pick up the economy, he made a bunch of like pro-business changes under the idea of trickle-down economics, which is just not how like the game is supposed to be played. And then with that whole like promise of like only doing what they needed to, they like set the groundwork for things that would not be an issue in the then and there, but would become a problem like 20-30 years down the line. And basically sacrifice the future in exchange for like an immediate remittance from the problems of the time. Oh yeah, Modern Gun Control is also downwind of him because he opened a floodgate by banning open carry in California after a Panther rally, the Black Panther rally. Instead of just like putting a law on the books to deal with the Black Panthers directly, if he was so concerned, he just was like, yeah, no one's allowed to open. Try to do like a Ronald Reagan impersonation. No one's I can't do it. It's just a weird like accent. Like his way of talking is so odd. But no one's allowed to. No, I can't do it. It's just impossible. It's just basically like no one's allowed to carry in California anymore because the Black Panthers like made a show of force in the government building, and instead of specifically saying no guns in the government building or like criminally trying the Black Panthers for the various things they were doing behind the scenes, they just went, all right, no one gets to carry at all here. End of story. I mean, in the specific thing that got them to ban stuff, they were perfectly fine, but they've done a lot of things that were very no bueno.
I mean, if anything, it's because he wasn't racist enough. Like, he could have just gone with the whole, like, he could have gone with the whole just, like, racial angle specifically outright and been over with. It would have gotten repealed in the past by someone by this point, but the fact that he made it, like, oh, this isn't about race, it's just about safety sort of angle, it means it's, like, been able to endure for so long. If Ronald Reagan was able to be, like, just openly racist, we would have better gun laws in California. But because he was able to be very, like, vague and what's the word? All-inclusive in his policy making, they've allowed it to just sneak by, like, the progressives and become part of their platform instead of being something they fought against. I wouldn't call them a force for good, it's just that the opposition to them was bad. Like, sometimes you need to acknowledge that a problem isn't always a dichotomy of good versus evil, but rather two people with their own self-interests happening to not get along, even though neither of them could really be considered good. Because ultimately the Black Panthers were also a racial supremacist group. It's just that they were for a group that had historically been worked against. Ironically, yeah, the world is not black and white. There's, like, such a thing as absolute good, but humans are not going to reach it. And kind of like temperature, like where you can never get to absolute zero as, like, a human-made anything, because that's something that exists in theory, but not, like, in practice. And that can be said for, like, good, where it's like something can be perfectly moral, something perfectly good, but that's not, like, something that's physically possible because of so many things that can be bad on some level. And then on the opposite end, there might be a level in which it doesn't become reasonable for anything to be bad anymore, but technically there's no limit to evil. I mean, revolution for a good cause is, like really subjective, I'd say. Like, what is the ultimate group? I've met former Black Panthers. It was 100% a racial supremacist group. I don't know where you're getting the idea that it isn't. Like, I've met plenty of retirees who have been like, yeah, we wouldn't have been comfortable with having you around regardless of how good you were to the cause. Just how it was. Perhaps you can refer to modern groups that might not be that way, but the originals were 100% like that. Well, yeah, we look at the entire groups from that period with a sort of rose-tinted glass, the whole, like, rose-tinted glasses thing, where it's like we're very kind to certain groups involved in that because of how, like, negative the forces they were fighting against were. And then we kind of forget little things like the Black Panthers were a racial supremacist group at their core. And we kind of just erase that, especially since there's modern groups that take the same name that aren't the same way. Those are published sources. That's not where you're going to get the authentic truth of the world. Now, a lot of those people were going to say things directly
make them unspoken truths, make them records that would not be made public, because they ultimately were a minority group that needed to functionally get their goals met without fighting a fight they couldn't win. Yeah, and then, like, when you look back on that sort of thing, you have to sort of whitewash the whole situation. You have to really present what you want people to know. Like, they'll tell you things like the whole, like, the FBI telling MLK to, what's the YouTube not getting in trouble way to say it? Initiate self-deletion of his program file, so to speak. But they won't really tell you what they were, like, trying to threaten him with, which was basically Diddy parties before Diddy was around. And, like, it ultimately comes down to sort of things about, what is this? Right. It ultimately sort of comes down to a sort of idea that we have to kind of make everything a little bit softer in order for people to not immediately just reactionarily flip to the other side.
木が残した残骸が空洞になっているなんて想定していなかった。このオリジニウムクラスターは規則的に並んでいて少し怖くなるような美しさがある。
Like, a lot of people who are in positions of power fall into those sort of groups, and the idea that the quote-unquote good guys wouldn't have also done so once they got into power is a little odd. The Triangulos? What the hell is this? How do I even, like, lock this down to hit it? If I get too close, I'm gonna, like, get smacked by these AoE attacks. I wouldn't say so. They might have been a useful idiot, but they were hardly a force for good. At least not a good that anyone should be striving for. Like, ultimately, they were an extremist faction. They were more of a useful idiot for the idea of, it could be worse, and not a sort of, like, they're fighting for justice sort of thing. I mean, everything's relative at that point if we're taking that sort of terminology. Like, ultimately, everything in the universe is relative, and that's kind of... Like, there's the whole idea of, like, all of human interaction is about relativity to itself, or the language we use is how words are relative to each other. Well, yeah. But there is a range of normal that we also consistently find ourselves within. That's a lot broader than what we consider normal specifically, but... Oh god, there's a second stage? You've got to be kidding. How am I gonna hit this? What is even... Oh shit. Well, now I know what that does. Oh god. Well... Well, I don't need to be inside the little death blocks. I should actually switch before I keel over. God, there is so much going on with these little dudes. It'd be wasteful to use the attack on him. Now let's finish off the main boss. Fuck, where's the thing? Why didn't it let me dodge that? Thanks, game. Holy shit! What the hell? I need to run everything. I don't really know what I was expected to do there. This is gonna be a problem. That's the problem. This went from easy to insane very quickly. And now I can't really like moat these guys down because I'm... Okay, there's a force field until I get all the small enemies dealt with. I'm gonna have to start with the scorpions. He's doing the bullshit again. I don't have any agility to dodge either. Do it again. I'm in big trouble. Okay. Fuck. I'm taking a lot of damage, more so than I intended to take. If I could switch to him, I may be better off. Okay, you gotta go. Yeah, I'm in. I don't think I've died yet, so if I can get through this, would be great. Okay. Fuck, I'm in the fired. This is like... Okay, I at least have healing items. If I had to kill the little one, because you have range attacks and the other one does too because it's also a scorpion. I have to save up my... Okay. Fuck. Okay, time to take my everything. Okay. Inu ga yoi. Can I open my bag in mid-combat? No, I can't. Okay, this is what I needed. save my ults for when I have that guy open again. Admittedly, with only the two of us available now, I have a lot more time to focus on, or capacity to focus on the individual attacks to dodge. This is getting... I should focus on these because they're way more damaging. Because I can't focus on their range attacks at distance. I can't even track where the edge of those are because they interact with the terrain. Okay. That would be a little mean, don't you think? Okay, and with this, I should be able to get him again. No, there's another one, isn't there? I saw myself take damage. Not take damage. Whatever. Your time. Joke's on you, I muted my Discord for that very purpose. What the hell is that? Now, finish him off. Okay. Okay, come on. Let's finish him up. No! He's gonna use the funny death beam, isn't he? Fuck. Please let me leave. Oh god, it's invisible. It got worse. 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 I can't run anymore. Okay, that was pretty dodgeable. If I could, like... Oh god. Why did they set it up like this? I should have set up the other one to use it. Oh god. Holy shit. What am I supposed to do about this? Wait, I can use this. My god. I can barely even see it too. I'm like running out of sprint too. It does a decent chunk of damage if I get hit even once. Okay, I got it locked down. I can beat the fuck out of it now. Okay. Fuck. I wasted it. Oh, no. Whoa. Okay, I was able to dodge that last minute, but Jesus, that was a lot. Actually, this is like his attacks are easy to follow, but I can't follow him because where's the purple? Over here. Where it is? I'm not even halfway. I'm running out of health. Okay, I was able to dodge that, so that's good. I had to really spam that. Okay. Ding dong. The Wicked Witch is dead. Okay, I was able to dodge it even though I walked right into it after it started. Very cool. But I'm very low on health. But I'm way more comfortable using this guy than the other one, so that's my hope. Whoop. I'm really taking a hit. Where did they need to make it less invisible? I actually can't tell. Oh, right here. Damn it, he got me. Might be better to just... Oh shit, they like lock on. Where did you run to this time? God. I should be able to wait for the next... Okay. Where did you go? Okay. How long until I can heal again? Am I out of heals? Is that what's going on? I need to switch out for the upgraded heals that I've been literally mass producing for this very purpose. Hold on. Ooh. So what is everyone saying? Oh dear lord. Fuck, I'm almost dead. I need to be very careful. I need to like just play the long con until I regen my health, which happens slowly. Okay. I've played this since I have a lot of dodge time. Look, you are over here. Why are you doing this? He knows that I'm avoiding damage, maybe? I almost walked right into that. Fuck, I dodged that. What the fuck? Well, that's... Fuck. Please tell me it's not going to make me do the entire thing again. Is there a save point near here? I bet there isn't, is there? It's the Cradle of the Ages and it's right after it. God. I don't have a choice. I'm gonna have to... Unless I have something in my inventory that allows me to re-access my stuff from here. Now I have the protocol stash, not the... What do I have in here? Not belt converging, not grinding. Custom defense. Hostile control. Point defense is all defensive technology. That's an upgraded. Bingo, that's what I need. I have one of those. Ammo beacons are unnecessary, but it's precursor technology. However, I don't know if there's an energy source near here either. That might be the problem. Tick tock on the clock. Okay, what the hell do I do now? What happened here again? That's a splitter, so that's... What was this connected to? This is a splitter. No, that's a bridge. What was coming out of here? Nothing. Was this a canceled project that I forgot about because I was half asleep? Anyway, what's going on in my inventory? I stopped getting heals midway through that fight. Am I out of shit? Buck capsules. So I'm out of my normal stuff, but I have buck capsules. That's why I stopped getting healing. I ran out. I keep note of that and instead give everyone that in the settings. And then if we can finish that, I can be done with it. Because I think that scared everyone away with how I stopped responding to everyone. So I'm going to have to be ready to wrap up stream. And I'm not going to just save that for next time. Where's the gear assembly? A lot of very advanced things just showed up. That's pretty big. And I have the resources to make it. They do not have the authority to make this an exosuit like Call of Duty. So what are these set up? Okay, I don't have the rest of the set, which is a problem. But I can... So that gives me an upgraded version, but I can get the default version with my current resources. So who's under-equipped? Just her? I would actually like to switch her out for his equipment and give him the good stuff. Yeah, poggers. And now we go to poggers and give him what she just took. I mean, what I just made, since she took what she had. And now we're pretty good on this stuff because we have now the boost as well. I think this was a relatively straight shot to the boss fight. So let me finish the boss. Can I upgrade the weapons? It's been tuned. And I can drop everything and give myself a full... There we go. You need to be tuned. I don't have enough to tune. I used all my tuning stuff to tune. Okay. Duly noted. You have more room to upgrade, so I will upgrade you. Can I attach? Oh, I have stuff for everyone. Clean essence. Infuse. You get... Which ones do I have? That's... Infuse. What are you infused with? You're infused, you're not infused. What do you get? Infuse that, I guess. And then once this is done, I can finally be free. What's that more gotcha I just unlocked? Let me run a quick check. So you are obviously nowhere near what I need for you. Neither are you, apparently. I thought I had more. 500 for each one. That's crazy. or a barrel. And then baker. Yep, yada yada yada. And that is a very, like, very minor quest. Okie dokie. Is that really the best way there? Or is there a teleporter that I missed? I guess this would probably have been a touch better, but it is what it is. This way should work. I should probably build up against the low level dudes so that I can spam the attacks early on. I want to be able to pop ults pretty early on. What is this? Oh, it's just a big one that hadn't been activated yet. Okay, that should do.
おしまいですか？まだ披露してない技があったのに。
That's right, is there... And more out here just to help me finish up. Okay. A few ultimates have been readied.
エンドフィールドがまた一歩前に進んだね。
And then, was there any of those were there any of those chunks I could just snatch real quick? And I don't have the thing to open that up. There were the rocks somewhere around here that I could use to upgrade, but I don't know where those are now. I guess I could go in here and look for them. Map says... No, where did it must not be marked because they're not a significant deposit. Those don't break apparently. I guess I just have to give up on that, and I'm gonna have to go back in and finish that boss because I don't see any more of them on the ground. And it wasn't marked clearly for me to find elsewhere. Oh fuck. I looked at chat for way too closely. And then I completely missed the fact that there was a gap there. How am I doing on like items? What does this do? I'll be taking that real quick. Place one of these. There we go. What an odd way to do message systems. Okay, that attack doesn't do much, so let me just shoot through it. I wish it would stand still so I can slash it, and I could just dodge the normal attacks. Okay, you can block these attacks on the early stage, which is easy. But the actual time to like do that is so slim. It's not cool. I want to save the ults for the second stage. Fuck, that's I think it's I was able to block that attack, which is good. And I should pop one of mine. It only affects my position. Cool. Or they were just all in it. And with all 4 of us active, I can do shit on Devil Time. I'm on the wrong person. But I have the level 6 billion weapon now. Actually, let me use this now. There we go. Stage 3 with all 4. In retrospect, that was not particularly hard, once I knew the attack patterns and was used to dodging it. Again, with his ult active, that also is a big chunk of damage that wasn't in play before. Okay, yeah, this made this a lot easier once I didn't take that initial fall. Stressed about health, and it's kind of straightforward. There we go. That was actually pretty easy the second time. Maybe because I already knew all his attacks. Oh, we just like absolutely blood magic that creature. Okay, that's been taken care of. Now the big bad is upset. Let me swap them around. And now there's a new tree. Yippee! Okay. I guess the Hunk cosplayer is not coming by tonight. Because I'm... Let's see. What the hell is that? Is that just to fight it against the machine? Doesn't let me do it yet.
どうなっていたか。ここのオリジニウム全部自然にできたやつっぽいよね。
Where's that save point?
以前は人工的に作られ
Alright,
た
save
通
point.
路があったみたいだ
But
け
I
ど。
saw it on the map. It's right up here.
放置され
So
てい
where
る
is
間
that?
にオ
There
リ
it
ジニウ
is.
ムが成長して。よし
Yeah,
よし。
come on.
やっと出れるね。わあ、この景色。 報告によると、これは工業団の爆破によってできたものだそうです。やむを得ない選択けれど、その傷のつまり何事にも巡り合わせがあるってことだね。
Jingle jingle.
季節が巡り、再びオリジニウムツリーがなかった頃の姿に戻る。そんな未来を管理に。 かつてあなたはでもまさにこれも巡り合わせです。それでも時々もしかして全てがいえ、何でもありません。行きましょう、管理人。
That can't be right. What the hell is this? Okay, that is a lot of shit. What? huh? Okay, that's a lot of levels. Now I have all the cool shit again.
あなただけに与えられた試練を成し遂げよう。
What do you want? That... Okay, that's that. And this is another quest. Yep. Okay, and then that's that one. Why is he okay in blue? That's all these. And that's a lot of things. I don't need to do that right now. Clear all the let's open this up and clear all the notifications. And if I can get 5 more, we're good to.
次は
Okay. From now on, special exploration level trial missions must be completed. Okay. What is that? Not doing that right now. I'm just trying to clear notifications. Wait, how did I get a second self? Oh, that's the... Okay, that token. Cool. Memory mesh. That's just unlocked by plot progression. I'm gonna go to assume. And then unlocked something plot related. That's not it. That's just something I got now. Okay. Can I seriously not roll for anything tonight? I guess not. I don't have anything to roll with. Don't have enough of the funnies. I actually have like half of what I need if I wanted to roll with the amount of tickets I currently have. Okay. Okay, with that, I think everyone's left for the night already because it is 2 a.m. and the European crowd has not shown up tonight. I mean, it is a little bit earlier than I usually end this. Yeah, it seems like everyone pieced out during that, everyone pieced out during the boss fight and me struggling. So in the meantime, it's time for me to also peace out, and I'll be back with more of this game soon. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. Haven't decided yet. But yeah, I'll see you guys not long from now, I'm sure. And thanks to anyone who's out here still somehow able to hear this, and to everyone just watching this as a VOD. Have a good night, everyone.